satellite over the program audio circuit. This is the United States Information Agency in Washington, D.C., transmitting via satellite over the program audio circuit. This is the United States Information Agency in Washington, D.C., transmitting via satellite over the program audio circuit. This is the United States Information Agency in Washington, D.C., transmitting via satellite over the program audio circuits. Washington, D.C., transmitting via satellite over the program audio circuit. This is the United States.
Space Lab, Marshal Ops, we've got you at Guam for a few minutes.
Hey, we're electroding right now, Bill. Be with you.
Okay, we understand, and this is just a short pass. And Space Lab, we have you for another 20 seconds, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes through S-band at 5 plus 13. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We've got you for about 48 minutes.
Okay, Bill, get you loud and clear, and we're just starting to bring up the stimulus on Owen now. So we'd like to hold off any unnecessary transmission.
Okay, we understand, and they're going to start the press apparatus in motion at about 4 plus 23.
Okay. You know what we have to do.
Space Lab, this 104 from the SMA. Byron, I just got a couple of points for you. You don't need to respond. I think we just want to call them to your attention. First point is when you're doing the recruitment curve, if you start at the highest viewpoint number and work downward, what you need to do if we don't come up on a threshold H is just continue to repeat viewpoint 1 at just arbitrarily lower voltages.
We copy. It's a really variable response up here today. Owen's got extremely low settings, and it's jumping back and forth quite a bit.
Yeah, we're seeing that on the ground. The data actually is very clean and looks very good down here. The second point is that during the first run on day 1, we, for some reason, didn't have acceleration data being channeled through our system from the ECDS, and we just want to confirm that the ECDS channel 1 is set to Z double dot. Space Lab, this 104. Byron, if you can read us now, we would like to confirm that the ECDS channel 1 has been set to Z double dot.
That's affirmative, it has.
Okay, we copy. Thank you, Byron.
Bill, I've got a tire range here from 1.4 to 2.2 on the stimulus, so it's very tough to find the maximum H here.
Say again, Byron.
Roger, the entire range of the stimulus from threshold H until maximum M goes from 1.4 to 2.2.
That's very, very low, Byron. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Roger that. Mill. We finally got him. We're ready to go. The threshold H, I'll read the viewpoints. Stimulus level 1.4, 1.475, 1.55, 1.625, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9er, 2.2.
Okay, Byron, we copy. Thank you very much. And if you run into saturation, plus or minus, we don't appear on the ground to have very large stimulus artifacts, so you may want to repeat those viewpoints.
Okay. I see a large stimulus artifact here.
Okay, we copy that, then ignore the last transmission.
Here we go with viewpoint number 8, Mill.
We're copying that, Byron.
Okay, and I just had to reduce the gain here to 200.
And Space Lab, we have live TV, and we're going to just start our checkout here in about 30 seconds.
Okay. And I'm going to stop that one, Mill, because I'd reduce the gain and start again here. Ready, Owen?
Yeah, we copy.
Okay, we're saturating, but it looks a lot better. Bill, that was on, I had the setting on viewpoint 7 there. That was really viewpoint 8.
Copy.
Owen says it's okay to go do it again.
Okay.
Go, man. Owen says he hopes the STCP is not watching.
Space Lab, this is Houston. We'd like you to stand by for voice check with the White House and Athens Com.
Okay, Roger. Houston, we copy. And we're standing by.
Hello, Columbia. This is Harry Ellis in Washington, sitting in for President Reagan. Do you hear me? Hello,
That's
Columbia.
affirmative. Read you loud and clear.
I'm sure
Columbia, read you loud and clear.
Good. I'm sure the President will have much more meaningful things to say tomorrow, but I'm sitting in his stead the only time I ever will, I'm sure.
Well, sounds like you're doing a bang-up job.
Thank you. Did I
The White House,
understand?
the Space Lab reads you loud and clear also.
Good. Did I understand that Dr. Garriott had a ham radio chat with King Hussein of Jordan?
Roger, that's affirmative.
Right. Tell Dr. Garriott that in 1953, I covered the coronation of King Hussein when he was 17 years old in Amman. I covered that for the Christian Science Monitor a long time ago.
Okay, Dr. Garriott is off the line right now. He's subject to a life sciences experiment we can relay to him.
Right, right. Well, it's going to be a big day for us down here tomorrow when all this hookup takes place. We hope it won't interrupt your routine too much.
Roger, we appreciate that. It sounds like everything is working fine. If you can see us in Space Lab, you can tell that we're really weightless.
Right, I do see you. You're much more weightless than I am down here. I feel rather burdened at the moment sitting in for the President. You're going to hear now an old Euronet tape.
Okay, Roger, we're standing by.
And security relations between both partners on the ocean. Do you agree with that, and what's your comment?
Well, I think that's a very good question, and I think sometimes we're so preoccupied with the INF issue and some of the security problems that we haven't paid sufficient attention to some other areas that failure to reach an agreement or to at least try to work out some kind of... Yes, Columbia,
Did you hear that tape, and how was the quality? Over.
Yes, we could hear it. It was certainly understandable.
Thank you. Goodbye, Columbia. See you tomorrow.
Roger, goodbye, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.
And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We have about 31 minutes remaining in this pass. We would like you to turn off the subsystem DDU.
Okay, we copy, Bill. We'll go.
And 104 standing by in the smog.
And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We have one other comment for you on VITR number 1. It presently has about 18 minutes of tape on it, and you guys are welcome to use 12 minutes of that for experiment 104. For the time being, though, we're getting real-time downlink, so you needn't run the recorders for a while. We will like you to leave 6 minutes of tape at the end of this one, on which we can catch the remaining information from API and CPAC run.
Okay, right, we copy, Mike. All but 6 minutes of it for 104 and the rest for API CPAC. And if the 104 PI is there, just an observation that it seems to make a large difference whether Owen has his knee locked or whether it's slightly bent. And I think that's been the cause of some of the variability here of the signal. Over.
104 copies from the SMA.
Roger, that's firm, Brewster. Okay, Marshal Ops, Space Lab here. We're going ahead and redoing the recruitment curve now with the knee locked. The first value for viewpoint 8 will be 2.6. For viewpoint 7 will be 2.5. Viewpoint 6 will be 2.3. Viewpoint 5, 2.1. Viewpoint 4, 2.05. Stand by. Okay, repeat viewpoint 4, 2.05. Viewpoint 3, 1.905. Viewpoint 2, 1.87. And the threshold 1.8. Over.
104 copies, Brian. Thank you.
Hey, Marshal Ops, Space Lab here for the 104 PI.
Go ahead, Baron.
Okay, Bill, we got the recruitment curve. The M wave looks about the same, and the H is drastically reduced now. It's very, very tiny all the way along.
Okay, Brian, we copy. That's typical of Owen's recruitment curve.
Oh, I know, but this is even smaller than typical, I think. Looks like there may be some zero-G effect, huh?
I certainly hope so. It's interesting. Thank you.
Okay, we're going on to adjust for the drops here. And Marshall, Space Lab for the material science folks. In case you didn't see it, we had an MHF stop 3-21 a while back, and the MHF shut itself down, which is, I guess, the same temperature problem, over.
Yes, Byron, we copied that and watched the shutdown. That was a buildup of heat in the reflector of the MHF, and we've been tracking those temperatures. Actually, they're only very slightly above nominal, and the furnace is in a safe condition, and also the sample is in good shape. So you shouldn't worry about that until it comes time to change out for the next sample, which will be 323. And when we come to 323, we'll explain how to get it started up again. Shouldn't be any problem.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Space Lab, this 104 from the SMA. Space Lab, this 104 from the SMA.
Go ahead.
We just want to confirm that Owen's heel is going to be 6 inches off of the deck when he has to stretch up. Space Lab 104, 6 inches off of the deck with 2/3 G on the bungees.
Okay, Roger, Mill, we just remembered that too. So that's about all we can get from right here.
We copy that, Byron. We're watching you on TV. It looks real good.
Okay, real good.
Space Lab, this is Houston on Air to Ground 1.
Roger, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Owen, we'd like you to stand by, although it looks like you can't do too much more for a comm check with Cologne, Germany.
Okay. Okay, Mill, we've got a good signal here, and
Miles Wagner calling Columbia.
that.
This is Miles Wagner at Fourteenth, Germany, calling Columbia.
Okay,
Miles Wagner at Fourteenth, Germany, calling Columbia. 54321.
Roger.
Fourteenth, Germany, 54321.
The Space Lab reads Germany loud and clear. Hello, Miles. Columbia reads you 5-5.
Should I hear anybody from...
And Miles in Fourteenth, Germany, Space Lab reads you loud and clear, over.
Thank you. Check out.
Okay. Marshal Ops, you guys still have TV live?
That's affirmative, Byron, and we have you for 12 more minutes, and I'll turn back over
Let's
Dr.
go.
Resky.
Okay. First drop.
This is Miles Wagner in Fourteenth, Germany. Can you read me? This is Miles Wagner.
Roger, Miles. Roger, Miles. Space Lab reads you loud and clear.
This is Miles Wagner, Fourteenth, Germany. Can you read me?
Roger, Miles, we read you loud and clear in Space Lab, over. Marshal Ops, Space Lab for the 104 PI. Mill, if you're there, Owen feels he's got a little bit too much force here. He's really can just barely get that handle in.
We copy, Byron. He can probably let up just a little bit of slack. The landing times that we're seeing are ranging from about 240 to about 400 milliseconds, depending on his leg position there.
Mill, we're seeing very strange data here. When Owen drops, we have very little H. It seems like there's a strange curve in the data also.
We haven't caught up with you yet, Byron, on the data flow down here. That's interesting. I don't know. What does the strange curve seem to be referenced to?
Well, it looks like there's an M and an H in there, but the baseline is not flat. It's got sort of a very long curve in it.
Okay, Byron, we copy. We'll be looking for that.
Okay, this time we had a low M and H, and the H went up significantly when he dropped.
Okay, we copy. Thank you, Byron.
I'm afraid we're not having very good luck at keeping a very constant reference shock here. Okay, reset the stimulus now to 2.8, and it looks fine.
Okay, we copy, Byron. Thank you.
Okay, Mill, we've got a better position now, and the stimulus level is up at 4.4, and this curve looks, that particular drop looks very good.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're finally locking into it now. It's two good ones in a row.
We copy. Thank you.
Byron, we didn't get a landing time on that last one, so you can ask Owen if he can make a flat-footed contact.
Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of M wave and no H anymore.
We copy. That was viewpoint 1.
Affirmative.
And Byron, we got our drop duration back.
That was a repeat of viewpoint 1. It looked a lot better.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
And Mill, I suggest is just go through this a couple of times. Otherwise, by the time we change subjects, we're probably going to be pushing the time.
Yeah, we concur with that, Brian. Just press on.
Okay. No, I'm going to repeat that one. We didn't have any H there.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we have about a minute and 30 seconds here to the end of the pass. And we want to just advise you that ENCO will start the tape recorder. That's AV1. And we'll need for you to shut it off with 6 minutes left. And we'll see you again at Guam at about 6+20.
Okay.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for about 6 minutes through Guam.
We're running the recruitment curve on Iron right now. Hear me, Bill?
Go ahead, Owen.
The middle of the recruitment curve on Byron right now.
Oh, yes, we copy.
Data, Bill? Are you getting any data?
For Space Lab, we're not copying data right now. We're LOS on the TDRS. We did copy through viewpoint 3 on your the second pass through your drop zone, and it looked very good.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the recruitment curve now, and the M wave looks like it should. The H wave is very scattered. It goes up and down a little bit. It's very low and does not have a well-defined peak. But I don't know of any way to improve it. Viewpoint 3 looks a little bad, but it looks fine on M, but low on H. Do you think that needs to be repeated?
Yeah, Owen, this is Mill. If it's just one single viewpoint that really looks bad, I would go ahead and repeat that viewpoint.
Try to repeat 3, see what makes any difference. So what happens if I take that in peak instead of viewpoint? Can I go back to viewpoint and repeat it?
Hey, Owen, we want you to do a RAL 21 op before you start CPAC at about 6:50. Copy?
I'll do it right now.
That's great.
Owen, could you repeat?
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for 49 minutes.
Hey, we're pretty busy, and I'll give you a quick rundown. We just finished with Byron. We did a complete recruitment curve. I repeated viewpoint 3, and we got a much better looking curve with that one repeat. And we did then the drops and shocks, and we went through 2 drops at each viewpoint. Over.
Okay, and we copy that. Thank you.
We're now getting set up for the next API CPAC.
We copy, Owen. And Owen, we have some traffic for CPAC and AEPI, and we'll debrief on the 104 at about 7 plus 22.
Okay, this is experiment 3 for Owen.
Yes, Steve.
Okay, this is a joint op between API and AEPI, in which we will fire the beam plus MPDR jet, and we would like to look through with the image intensifier through the -Z nadir window using 6300 filter and 8-second exposures. Did you copy?
Rick, we got that before, Steve, so I'm planning to do just what you said about 2 hours ago.
Thank you.
Space Lab, this is CPAC.
All right, just getting these headset on here. Roger or Bill,
yeah,
we'll
Roger.
copy your CPAC stuff.
Okay, and we want to switch, Owen, and do Model 10 manually using checklist-4.
Okay, we copy. Go ahead.
Okay, model number 10 will run at GMT 338-231200, and we will use Sierra 02, Echo 01.
And Roger, do you still want all the inhibits for the auto shutdowns?
That's affirmative, and on the control panel, we want to inhibit the HVC.
Okay, we copy.
And Owen, this is a neutral gas plume release without the EBA, and we want to use manual MTV. There will be ESA 20 firings at the same time. We recommend going to high COL to look for the beam, and we would like to also take a look and see if we get any fluctuations in shuttle glow at the time of the NGP release.
Okay, we won't see any shuttle glow because I'm afraid it's too light now. However, I'll also be up at the -Z window, and Byron will have to take care of the MTV.
Roger, and we've got recommended as COL as of 170, COL of 70.
Okay, we got it. Thank you. Marshal Ops Space Lab for the INCO people. Are we going to be putting on the MTV, the CPAC monitor television onto tape recorder 1 over?
Stand by. And Byron, on those tape recorder setups, we'll take care of all of it from the ground.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you, Bill. So Roger skipped and the whole VAS went blank.
Yeah, we copy Route 14 skip. And what went blank?
The whole video analog switch matrix.
We copy. And we have it here on the ground. We're looking at it.
Okay, Roger.
Space Lab, this is Houston, air to ground 1.
Space Lab.
Roger, you have a go to op Route 14.
Yeah. Bill Abbott. Okay, looks like we're back in business.
And Space Lab CPAC confirms that we have our depth loaded and the time is loaded.
Okay, very good. Right, here it comes. Thank you.
Space Lab in the blind, we need you to let's try that again. We need you to op RAL 21.
Okay, op, we can op the op.
That's close enough, Owen.
Good enough. Thanks, guys.
Marshal Ops, Space Lab here for the CPAC people.
Go ahead.
Okay, are there any PCFs, or I guess not, we're just doing NGP, so did I catch all the inhibits?
We're looking. And Byron, if you get a message on your line, you can ignore them because we're just doing NGP this time, and it should chug right along.
Okay.
And
Marshal Ops, can you tell me the times that PICPAB will be firing?
Okay, Owen, we'll check with 20 and be right back to you.
And Byron, this is CPAC. We don't read the inhibits down here. That's ECAS function, I guess. And we lost a little bit of data there when you were typing them in.
Okay, I've got the EBA, PWR, MPD, MTV, and DGP inhibited. Let me check HPC.
Roger.
And Owen, experiment 20 will be emitting between 7 hours 12 minutes and 7 hours 17 minutes.
You Mike? Okay, and CPAC, you'll see the MTV coming on now. It's pretty dark out there in the payload bay.
Very good, and we can go to maximum sensitivity if you want.
Marshal Ops, Space Lab here for the CPAC people.
Go ahead, CPAC copies.
Okay, we've got the MTV set up. It's looking okay. The only problem is there's still quite a bit of sunlight on the outside of the module, so I'm getting a lot of reflected light, which means I have to keep my sensitivity down quite a bit.
Okay. And you should have your first plume release.
And guys, I don't see PICPAB in there.
Okay, we copy, Byron.
Marshall from the Space Lab?
Yeah, go ahead, Byron. Space Lab, experiment 20 is running strictly by ground command.
Marshall Operations, Space Lab?
Go ahead, Space Lab. This is Marshall Operations.
Marshall Ops, Space Lab.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Operations. How do you copy?
And Space Lab Marshall Ops for Byron, we copy you. PICPAB is commanding their experiment from the ground.
Oh, okay. We don't see anything yet.
And Space Lab, be advised that experiment 20 is operating and is emitting electrons. They're going to continue for another 2.5 minutes.
Okay, Mike, we copy.
And Byron, this is CPAC. You could go ahead and use the MTV manually and scan to look for the beam. We recommend change in azimuth.
Roger that. Brewster, are you the thrusters firing out there? Okay, thank you.
And Byron, CPAC, we're seeing the pressure burst down here of about an order of magnitude on the gas release. Looks good.
Okay, very good. Well, we've been unable to see anything at all. It looks like a beam. There have been a couple of bright flashes. We feel those are thruster firings, however.
Roger. Those are confirmed thruster firings, are they?
Well, we can't really tell, but we think they are.
Roger. It's and we're in off sequence, Byron.
Okay.
And Space Lab, we're wondering if it ever got very dark out there.
Oh, it never got super dark out here, Mike. There was still a lot of reflection off of the module.
Okay, we copy. How much MTV sensitivity were you able to use? Any idea?
Yeah, once I got away from the module, I had it cranked all the way up, high gain, and full up on the sensitivity.
Real good. We copy. Thank you very much, Byron.
And Byron,
and we're coming back into.
And Byron, CPAC, we're ready anytime for a manual MTV shutdown.
Roger, we're moving to stow right now.
We have plenty of 6,300 photographs out to minus the axis. It was well stabilized, and the only thing that was visible were those flashes fairly frequently, but more than likely vernier thrusters rather than anything associated with the beam. Over.
We copy, and thanks very much for your report.
Thank you. It's API. Thank you. We copy.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we have the 104 PI standing by for a debrief, but I have one quick question. We'd like to have your science inputs or your recommendations for the extended mission day. Anything that you feel that you'd like for to see us do some additional science on.
Okay, Bill, my first input is to try and go back and pick up the IHF operations if we can get them, because we missed about half of those samples. After we finish the MHF activities, they'll probably take a little more rewiring down below, but we can do that. And second thing would be to try and run some more fluid physics module. I think we have quite a bit of film left, and we'd also put some on video. I feel those people have been kind of shorted. It's just been a real mess to try and, you can't do it in an hour. It takes 2 to 3 hours to really run a good run on that thing.
Okay, and we thank you for the input. And Owen?
Really haven't very much to add to that. Since we're out at nighttime, there's not a lot we can do with the other physical sciences, and I think those are the principal areas in which something else could be done.
Okay, we copy, and we thank you very much.
Go ahead, it's 104.
104. Yeah, Space Lab, this 104 from the SMA.
Did you get our brief comments on the, before we started this run as to how the 104 stuff went?
We only caught part of it, Owen.
We completed on Byron the full recruitment curve. I replaced that viewpoint 3, and the H curve looked pretty good. So M looked real well, and H looked fair. And then we did 2 points each on each of the drop and shock viewpoints, and they all seemed to look pretty good.
Okay, Owen, we sure do appreciate everything that you were able to get for us today. We were looking forward to being able to break that data down and see what it looks like a little later on. I do have a couple of questions, though, I'd like to get your impression on if you have the time to answer 3 or 4 of them here.
And one other subjective comment, and that is the pressure on the bungees seemed significantly stronger today. Maybe they were a little tighter, but on the other hand, it could be that we're just less used to it after 7 days, and it seemed like we were having to pull up awful hard to reach up to the T-bar.
Okay, well, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask you, is just what that felt like. Also, I'd like to know what you felt in terms of the speed of the drop, between particularly what you felt since you got the drop on that first day. Is there any difference in what you perceive to be the speed?
Yes, we were dropping it, I thought, significantly faster velocity and hit the deck with maybe not as much as we would have on the ground, where we would have been accelerated constantly, but still with a significantly higher velocity than we did on the first few days. As a matter of fact, it surprised me and surprised Byron both. A couple of drops as to the velocity with which we hit the deck, and so we had to adjust ourselves a little bit to get reaccommodated to that.
Okay, well, is that why we watched you miss your foot one time there, and we were wondering if that was the reason.
Did you say miss my foot?
Yeah, you missed your footing. You appeared to flow backwards some when you came down for the landing.
Yes, I think that probably was it, just to hit a little faster than I expected, and also that foot pad is very slippery, as you know.
Yeah, we understand that. Could you also, both you and Byron, maybe relay Byron's message? Give me your impression of what it felt like unloading the arms in 0G versus dropping that way on the ground.
Well, Mill, I'll go ahead and answer. It was a big surprise the first time, sort of floating in the harness, and all of a sudden it's, like being shot out of a cannon. It was a very surprising experience. After that, I tended to tighten my arms a little bit to keep myself up towards the top of the harness. The biggest problem, I think, is that it was really difficult to stand up and to get that handle up into the releasing mechanism. That took an awful lot of effort, and we were trying to go pretty much as rapidly as we could, but I felt after 16 or 18 drops that that was about all I was willing to do for a while. It was getting pretty tiresome.
Yeah, I can understand how that feeling would happen. I guess it's important to note whether or not Owen really felt that way the first time he dropped. I think that shows a lot of adaptation, perhaps.
May have been a combination of adaptation, and then we might have been a little bit tighter in the straps this time, too, so it's probably a combination of both.
Okay. I guess that's really about all we have right now. I really do want to thank you for everything you did for us, and if we don't see you again, hopefully we'll get to see you on our last day, but if we don't see you again, we'll see you out of the desert.
Sure, Mel, you can even knock a few days off of that Dryden stay if you like.
Well, we'll talk about that, Owen.
Okay, Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops with some MHF activities, which I'd like to voice up if the life sciences people are through and you guys are ready to copy.
Okay, go ahead, Michael, I'll copy.
Real good. Your guys are go for MHF sample number 323. That's an ampoule sample. And right now, if you're near the CCO, what you can do is give us a pump 2 interrupt at the ICS panel. This will shut down the second pump. We'll be running on one pump from now on because we won't be at particularly high power for this experiment. Can you do that now, please?
Well, you have to wait a minute. I got to go get the tools and take the front panel off of here because I can't get to the pump switch. If there's other stuff you want to voice up, go ahead. I'll get that in a minute.
Oh, okay, fine. You don't actually have to do that now. I'll just give you the other steps. They're not very complicated. At about 7:30, that is to say in a few minutes from now, they'd like you to key in start MHF enter. And that will take the MHF off of its bottom travel point. And sometime between 8 o'clock and 8:10, we'd like you to verify that the MHF ops light is flashing. When it is, we'd like you to open the MHF and remove and stow the sample 324 alpha, which you've already processed. For this, use your normal procedure. Then you can go to your normal installation procedure, 323-18, steps 3.1 through 3.10. That's just the steps for installing sample 323, the ampule. Then, at about 8 hours and 55 minutes to about 9 hours, you should be able to complete steps 3.11 and 3.12 of that same procedure. And then, at about 9 hours and 10 minutes to 9 hours and 30 minutes, we'd like you to do step 3.13 of that same 323 procedure and watch the sample heat up. Got that? That should get 323 cooking.
Okay, we got that. Do you guys have any late-breaking news for the next API CPAC observation coming up at about 8:40?
Okay, we'll get that together in just a minute. We do have a number of OCRs on that, and we will be having voice comm with the PIs. Just stand by, I'll get that information for you.
Okay, because I was just looking, we have about 7 more minutes of AOS, and then we lose you until just a few minutes before it starts going again, so we'd like to get a head start if we could. And while you're thinking for the MSCR people, the MHF is at its topmost travel. It's not at the bottom, but that doesn't really matter too much.
Okay, we have Luigi standing by for some debrief comments.
Well, if possible, if we could get that CPAC API stuff in before LOS, we'd appreciate it. Bill, Wolf was the one that did Luigi's experiment last night. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, we're trying to service about a lot of people, and we're going to have the API people talk.
Okay, Space Lab, we're going to get Steve Mendy on air to ground. He'll brief you on the next run, which, of course, will be you guys.
This is experiment 3. The next run number will be 41. And it should be, the execution time is day 6, 8, and 43. And this is a run in which we are looking at the dark limb and use objective select 4, camera filter 5577, 7200, 6300, and 2600. PCA filters 5577, and 6300. Also, please...
We have all that.
Did you copy?
Yeah, we have all that.
Good.
You copy all that.
Excellent. There is also going to be a run exactly the same at 06:10:06. Day 6, hour 10, and 6 minutes. And use the same FO log sheet what I just given you for that same run. It's the same kind of run. Did you copy?
Well, Roger, we copy that also. Any information from CPAC?
And Space Lab, this is CPAC with the next run.
Roger.
We're going to run model and Space Lab CPAC. We have your model number 14, which will be done at 339-0043-00, and we're running with exception monitor Sierra 02 Echo 00.
Here we copy all of that. Roger, thank you.
And we would like
to get us up and started.
Roger, and we need to inhibit the HVC as we did before on the control panel.
And we'd like for you to go XTLM if you get your timeline 00 messages. And it's SOP Foxtrot 00. Repeating, SOP Foxtrot 00. And Space Lab, if you copy, we'll see it at about 8 plus 12 through Tidris.
Okay, good. We'll see you then.
No key. Space Lab 1, this is Marshall Operations with you through TDRS. How do you copy?
Clear, Mike.
Loud and clear, Space Lab.
And Space Lab, be advised, we're going to probably do another comm check with Europe. Yes.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops with some interesting news about an FO which many investigators have just got together on. We're going to be doing a shuttle glow experiment involving experiments 1, 2, 5, 14, 17, and 22 at 6 days, 11 hours, 35 minutes. We're putting together the timeline right now to accommodate that. And I'm informed that a tape number would be very much appreciated from the last VITR changeout.
Okay, let's see. I've forgotten what that was. Just a minute. 15.
We copy.
Byron says, right?
We copy 15, 1-5, right?
Firm 1-5.
Thank you very much.
And did you get our XTLM message?
Roger that, and it works except that you got to make sure that the DDSs are knopped to both computers first.
Okay. Exception noted. And we got one more. They're going to uplink the extra day timeline at about hour 7, and we'll need to get your inputs on day 7, hour 9.
You want the inputs by day 7, hour 9, is that right?
That's affirmative, Owen.
In other words, about 24 hours from now.
That's correct. You got it right.
Hey, Bill, one other thing Ulf just pointed out is we have some extra MHF samples, and if it's working and the IHF sounds like it may have a problem, we can run some extra MHF experiments.
Yes, Byron, we copy that. In fact, we too have noticed that you have a number of spare MHF samples on board, and we also are thinking about some work, perhaps troubleshooting the IHF, so we'll certainly keep track of those and keep you posted on how we're coming there.
And we got another update. They've scrubbed the voice check for this pass with Europe.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Did we copy you that Ulf is up and about?
Ulf and Bob and Johnny are all up.
Hey, sounds like a big crowd. Thanks, we have some interesting applications for Ulf's being awake.
I'm sorry, for Ulf, what?
And this is CPAC for Byron. We can run the regular scheduled FO, and the only change we need to do is to inhibit HVC on the control panel and to do the inhibit on O2 alpha of the those parameters you have received before. Over.
Hey, Roger, I was just starting to load the 028 task as you called, which is now loaded, to run it in a manual ops mode, but I can toss that back out and run the regular one, either way you prefer.
We can just run regular mode, and then all you have to do are change those inhibits.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll toss the task back out and recall the timeline. 02, let's see. Golf is 03, it is.
That's affirmed. And Space Lab, this is CPAC for Byron.
Probably do the running this time, Roger. Go ahead.
Okay, we've copied the timeline entry, and we'd like to ask you to do your call on the MTV operations this time. It will run auto if you wish and track the magnetic field line looking for the MPD, or if you wish, go to manual. It's your call.
Well, I'll start it in auto and let it look along the field line and see if it does that. And if I don't see anything, then I'll switch it to manual. Probably switch it to manual partway through and use it there.
Very good.
Marshall Ops, Space Lab, PS2.
Yeah, we copy those two messages.
Okay. It looks good to me on OFD here, Bill.
Yeah, we copy. You know, we got this. That's a transient disregard.
Back, no PCA changes. PCF changes.
Negative PCF changes. And Space Lab, this is CPAC. We can't do NGP inhibit this time.
Right. Marshall Ops, Space Lab here for the 300 people in the 324 Alpha PI. See around?
Okay, hold on. We'll try to get him.
Just got some good news. And Marshall, for the 300 MSDR folks, while you're looking for the PI, we put in sample 323, changed the film in the camera, and we are right now waiting for step 313 to happen. We've gone to step 312, and the MAT was 6 days, 08 hours, 08 minutes when I gave the resume with a gear selector of 1, over.
This is 324 PI. Byron, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, good evening.
Hello, can you give
me... got out your... Roger, we read you loud and clear. Is this Ike?
Could you give me a short report how's the silicon sample that you just took off looks?
Roger, the silicon sphere went very nicely, over. Wolf came in and looked at it and confirmed that we have 4 noses on it, so he thinks we have a good single crystal, over.
Looks the surface clean and shining?
Surface looks very clean and shiny. There seems to be a little bit of deposition of some gray material on the inside surface of the MHF, however.
And how is the diameter of the spheres compared with the diameter of the rod?
Well, I would say about 1.2.
Okay, copied it. Thank you very much.
Yep. And Marshall from the Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron.
Roger, Bill. What's the video routing for this thing? Is it per the PCAP?
That's affirmative.
Okay, so we'll send MTV data up to the orbiter, right?
That's an affirm. MTV goes to the orbiter.
Okay, very good.
AEPI goes to VITR number 1.
Okay, very good.
And CPAC analog goes to VITR number 2.
Hello, Byron. This is 324 PI again.
Roger, go ahead, Ike.
I wish you good luck for the 322, that's 323 experiment, and thank you very much again for the good silicon run.
Okay, Roger, you're welcome, and it looks like it was a pretty good growth. I think we would have liked to have a larger sphere, but we were at maximum power on the MHF, over. Okay, and we now have a visible ampoule in there, and it looks very good.
Byron, could you tell me once more again, if you remember, where you had the edge of the silicon rod compared to the focus of the MHF when you did the experiment this morning?
Okay, the top of the silicon rod was just below the top of the filaments. And as we melted the rod, the bubble grew, but its height shrank. So I'd say when we started to freeze the crystal, that it was about 2/3 of the way down the filament, so that only 1/3 of the filament was shining onto the sample over.
Because I wonder that you had max power to melt this silicon sphere.
Well, it was somewhat of a surprise to us also. I think maybe the next one we should adjust it so that the top of the rod is a little above the focal point of the filaments over.
Okay, I hope we can do a 322 sample and then we'll see what happens. Thank you very much again.
And
last thing for MSDR, I got an SIU data fault and now ready for API.
Copy SIU data fault, and that route skipped 14 we'll take care of.
Good. And this is Marshall Ops Space Lab looking for the 03 PI. Is Steve around?
API is on.
Okay, is that Gary?
Yes, it is, Byron.
Good evening. Just a quick question. Would you guys like a calibration on the videotape?
We would like to not calibrate. We have the shutter door open, and we'd like to leave it that way.
Okay, my switch says closed.
Okay, if the switch does say closed, proceed with the calibration.
Okay, we'll go.
Byron, this is Happy. We'd like to stand corrected on that calibration. With our in-locks operation, we really need to just open the shutter door. Our software is skipping that sequence in our current configuration.
Okay, I understand. Okay, we understand. Okay, we've got some good limb airglow. I'm going to go ahead and start the recorder. How much time do we have on this one, Bill?
Got it. Yeah, you can start the recorder. I'll check back with you with the time, Byron.
Byron, this is Happy.
Okay,
Total of 8 minutes.
We're getting the PCA down, and the data looks good here on PCA.
Okay, 5577 shows a real bright airglow starting from the surface of the Earth, very faint, and going up to a maximum, I don't know, it's hard to tell what the altitude is.
Yes, Byron, could you comment on
kilometers.
Could you comment on the focus? Do you see any stars in the field?
Yes, sir, we do see stars, so the focus looks reasonably good.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to step through here to the next filter. Okay, we've also got some good air glow in 7200, Gary. We got a high voltage setting here of 2.
Okay, that's great. Looks fine.
Okay, good. I've got the 6300 in the PCA.
We're seeing very little data in the 6300 in PCA. What I'd like to do is to actually go back to the 5577 and leave it there for the rest of the camera filters.
Okay, we copy. We got a high voltage setting of 3 now in 7200 and it looks real good.
Okay, great.
Okay, Gary, it's 6300 with the camera. I've got a high voltage of 6, and you can see a little bit of air glow, but it looks like the camera's starting to scintillate a little bit on the whole tube, so it really is faint, over.
Right, we got a lot of noise at that level. I'd back up to 5.
Roger that. I'm going to cycle through now to 2600 on the camera.
Right, and I'd leave the, once you cycle into 2600, then I'd just let that UV filter ride into the terminator with us.
Okay.
So, Byron, for this last filter, let's go to 6300 and PCA for the last sequence there.
Okay, stand by. There's the 2600. You say you want to go back to 6300?
On the PCA, let's go to 6300 and then just leave it there. Do you see any signal in the scene at the 2600 position on the TV?
Roger, we did. Yeah, it's very faint, Gary. At a 5 setting, you just barely see it here.
Okay, well, let's just let it stay at 5 and don't go any higher.
Okay, I'm going to go increase the integration time a little bit so we can see it.
Good idea.
Okay, it's starting to come out now with 4 frames.
Go to 8.
8 looks pretty good, I think. Okay, we're picking up some more striation now in the 2600, Gary. It started out as just a line, and now it's coming to more of a band, I think.
Oh, great. And let's just, as it becomes too bright, just back down on high voltage as we go into the sunlit side.
Okay. I want to stay 2600 on the camera and 6300 PCA, right?
That's right. Stay in those 2 filters.
Okay, we got it. It's looking good.
Byron, do you notice any change in the structure in the 2600?
I'm sorry, any what? Any phase?
Do you still have structure in the 2600 angstrom scene for API?
Roger, that's affirmative. We have a very fairly bright narrow band, and then it tails off towards the surface of the Earth, over.
Okay, Byron, we are getting pretty close to the terminator, so I would request that this time we do a stop to press.
Okay.
Thank you much. That was a good run.
Roger that, Gary. It's really a shame we can't pull us out of the locks. I think if you got a great instrument, we could really do some good work.
Well, you've been doing a great job with what we have.
And Space Lab, we have some 300 PIs that would like to talk with you.
Okay, Bill, give us 1 second here.
Okay, understand.
Byron, this is 323 PI. Can you hear me?
Roger, okay, go ahead. We reach you loud and clear, 323.
Okay, I just want to remind you to do step 313 from the procedure. This means to adjust the focus of the lamps just to the middle of the solution zone, which you, as soon as you can see it.
Okay, we're in the process now. We can see it, so we're going to adjust it.
Columbia, Houston on air to ground 1.
Go ahead.
Hi, Brewster. You can go ahead and take the red out temp and back to normal and then cycle FSA. It's looking good.
Okay, you got both of those.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Roger on CPAC. I can't say the MTV was particularly useful, just very bright flashes on each of the discharges. Okay, Marshall Ops Space Lab here for the 323PI. The focus zone of the mirror has been adjusted to the middle. The camera is on. I've got 1/60th of a second, f2.8, and we're reading about 2 frames now that I clicked through. And we're back in a gear position, a gear speed of 1, so we should be ready to go.
Byron, this is 323PI again. You have to watch the solution zone now for a couple of minutes to see if there are no cracks and no dangerous things on the ampoule.
Roger, we'd already observed that before, and the ampoule is intact. There are no cracks. It looks fine.
No, you have to watch it during heat up now.
Okay.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We're wondering, is Ulf in the module and able and willing to talk now?
Negative, he is not in the module.
I see. Okay, fine. Thanks very much.
Would you like to get a hold of him and talk to Luigi? Was that the deal?
Well, exactly. We do have Luigi here, and on the last shift of Ulf, he did a run for Luigi, and he had a few questions that he wanted to ask him. And so if it were handy, it'd be nice to get Ulf to put his headset on.
Okay. Owen's going to run down there and give me a yell.
Okay, real good. Thanks. And Byron, while you're watching that ampoule heat up, would you like to hear from the CPAC people about the next few runs? They also have some information about a shuttle glow FO, which really affects the red team more than you guys, but they're kind of interested in the sorts of things going on. Plus, there's, of course, one more run coming up on CPAC and API.
Roger that. Go ahead, Mike. I'm ready to copy. Owen's out of the module, but I'll copy.
Okay, real good. CPAC's right here.
And this is CPAC for Space Lab.
Go ahead, CPAC. We're both copying him.
Roger. On FO13 coming up, we'd like to omit PCF69 change in the PCAP and add PCF61, a value of 0.2. Copy? Roger. And then in place of the FO8 coming up right after that, we would like to do our FO6, which will do a checklist-4 using model number 7, a GMT of 339, 0211, and 00 seconds. The exception monitor timeline is Sierra 02, Echo 01, and PCF 61 is 3.0. We will do the standard set of inhibits on 02 alpha, and on the control panel we need the HVC inhibited. The MTV we would like to point at PICPAB. That will be azimuth 170 and COL of 70. Over.
Let's see if I've got this straight on which run you want to do the FO6 Model 7 instead of the FO8.
That was the scheduled T0 was coming up at about 10:10, and we want to substitute for the run at 10:10 the FO6.
Fine. So that's roughly a little over an hour from now, and on that particular run, I've got a copy on all that you said, and I'll turn it over to the redshift.
Roger. And we could brief you a bit on our Orbit 105 shuttle glow participation. We'll do FO13 passive experiment using our diagnostic probes, the DGP, and MTV, and we'll get more to you later.
what's roughly the time of that glow experiment test?
The T equals 0 is about 6 days, 11:35.
And so that's 1.5 revs away.
Roger. By the way, Space Lab, the model number 7 that we're running in second in this list is a result of the very interesting results that we got last time we ran those neutral gas plume releases in conjunction with PICPAB. This is the first time we've done that, and we see very interesting results. It appears that the neutralization that we're looking for does work. Over.
And that's from the CPAC DGP. You're determining what's happening with the PICPAB electron beam.
That's a roger.
Interesting. Marshal Ops, this is PS1.
Yes, hi there, Ulf. Good morning.
Hey, Michael, good morning. Owen called me in because Luigi wanted to talk to me.
That's right. On your run of the fluid physics module of Luigi's experiment, you people had rather poor voice communication. And that's a shame because Luigi had been standing by for some time hoping to discuss with you the results of that run. But we have him here right now, and he had a few questions he'd like to talk over with you. And if now's a good time, we'll let him take the microphone.
Okay.
Okay, Space Lamp 328.
Yeah, this is Ulf speaking. Good morning, Luigi.
Good morning, Ulf. Could you tell me what you have done with my experiment?
Yeah, it started all with a big mess, Luigi. For some reason, when I did the zero setting of the FPM and the whole thing was driving into the experiment chamber with maximum speed, the front plate got stuck at the viewing aid, and as a result of that, there was a very violent injection of oil because the reservoir valve was already open, and when the front plate stops but the reservoir keeps going, then you inject oil. It took me about an hour to clean all that mess up, and then I started from scratch. But I noticed during this rapid injection that the 100 centistokes oil had no traces inside. So following your advice, I took the 100 centistokes out and used the 5 centistokes oil for the remainder of the run. And I was able to create finally a sort of a column, but it did not really stick to the 60 millimeter diameter of the feeding plate because the feeding plate was obviously already pre-wetted by a preceding experiment. And the oil creeped over the edges, and for that reason the diameter of the column was almost as big as the feeding head plate. But anyway, I got a zone which, at least in some area, was more or less cylindrical, and I got beautiful Marangoni convection. Furthermore, I did all the runs with iso-rotation and counter-rotation, and finally broke the zone all times with the heater on and merged it and got that.
Hello? Hello? Space Lamp 328? Space Lamp 328? Space Lamp 328? Space Lamp, this is 328. The Space Lamp, this is 328.
This is PS1 in Space Lab. How do you read me, Luigi?
Yes, I can hear you, Wolf. I lost you when you said you did ISO and counter rotation.
Yeah, I did ISO and counter rotation. And that the zone finally broke. I got the braking on film,
And finally, I tried to merge the zone, and there was a very interesting phenomenon. I had really to compress the two semi-spheres of the oil and had to rotate as to re-establish a zone, an Intica zone. The oil for some while did not really want to get in touch with each other. And, well, that's all on film, and then I clean it up.
That's very good. Excellent, Ulf. Let me ask you one more thing yet. How many frames are there left? Space Lab, 3 to 8. Space Lab, this is 3 to 8.
This is Space Lab. How do you read me?
Yes, I just, Ulf, I'd like to know how many frames have I left?
Oh, I didn't really do a lot of bookkeeping of the frames, but I would guess there are probably 700 to 800 frames left on your magazine. But I cannot really guarantee for the number. By the way, for your own record, Luigi, let me tell you, magazine A was on camera A, and the magazine Bravo was on camera Bravo.
Okay. Space Lab 3 to 8. Space Lab 3 to 8. Space Lab 3 to 8.
Okay, this is Ulf.
Ulf, I just wanted to thank you, and I appreciate it very, very much. You know, you getting up so early to talk with me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, that's no problem. Let me tell you, it takes really much longer than anticipated to do a decent FPM experiment, because things do not just behave as assumed in all the procedures. It seems to me that we have one basic problem, and that is whenever the contact angle comes close to 90 degrees, the liquids have a tendency to creep over the edges of the supporting plates, because over the edges the wetting angle is very small. And for that reason, we had more or less regularly a mess up here and had to clean it up and start from scratch. And once these feeding or opposite plates are wetted, then things become oil film on the metal plate.
Ulf, just one word. Why didn't you get the magazine 328C on camera B?
Space Lab, over.
Space Lab, comm check. How copy?
Space Lab 328. Space Lab 328.
328, Ulf is gone to breakfast. He'll give you a report, he says, as soon as he gets back on duty. Marshal Ops, a question for CPAC.
Okay, stand by, they're on the loop.
Hey, do they want the battery charge here, which would only be turned off a few minutes later when we do the double 17? Over.
Negative on the battery charge, Owen.
Roger.
And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We'd like you to press Pump 1 Interrupt on the ICS panel of the MSDR.
Oh.
You can expect a fault message from doing that, but that will bring the second pump onto line. We'll be running with 2 pumps for the time being.
Hey, Mike, you got it.
Thank you, Byron.
Space Lab 328.
And Space Lab, we've got you for about another 30 seconds, and we want to congratulate you on just an outstanding, exemplary job today. and we'll see you at about 9 plus 50. And correction on that, the red shift will see you at about 9 plus 50.
Thanks again, guys. Real good run. Okay, looks like he's going to be in an inertial hold all next pass.
And Space Lab, Marshall Ops, we've got you for about an hour through S-band.
Okay, Bill, we got you loud and clear. A comment, Bill. We just finished our CPAC 17 run. However, the tape recorders did not get turned on automatically the way we were expecting them to, and so we got them on manually for about the last 5 minutes. But a lot of that data, I suspect, has been lost.
Yes, we copy. We thought that they were supposed to be started manually. We'll check. And Owen and Byron, we do have the 02 and 03 PIs enabled.
Okay. We're moving along nominally, we think.
And Space Lab CPAC, we can just leave in the 02 Alpha for the next run coming up.
Yeah, I sort of hate to, won't mess up the software.
Roger that.
Okay, we'll try it.
And 20 is going to be doing some firings between 10 hours, 10 plus 12 and about 10 plus 17.
17. I expected an off-sequence complete out of those 17s, but I never got it.
And Bob, we see FO complete down here.
We never got the message up here, so I'm going to go ahead and toss out the display and then recall it to make sure it's all reset properly.
Okay, that sounds good, Bob.
Space Lab, this is API. On this next run, we propose to follow the same filter sequence in the camera that we followed on the earlier run. And for the PCA, we'd leave the 5577 filter in for the first two camera filters, and then we'd make one change to 6300 for the last two.
Okay, API, we copy that, Gary. For the 03 people, Owen and I have been talking, and what we'd think might be good is to just go ahead and cycle through all the filters, Gary. It doesn't look like there's much time resolution required. The scene doesn't seem to change very fast.
Okay.
And since this is one of your last runs, you might want to get a little bit of everything.
Okay, we have no problem with that. The only concern would be that near the end, our sunrise is around 19 minutes and 30 seconds. So near that last 2 minutes, we want to make sure we're in UV filters.
Okay, we understand. And Marshall Ops, Space Lab here, Bill, for the INCO people.
Okay, we're ready to copy.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm the video routing here, AEPI to VTR1, and CPAC MTV to the orbiter, and 02 analog to VTR2.
Okay, stand by. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Byron, what you voiced down is what we have.
Okay, very good. And you guys have the vid set up, correct?
We're checking that.
Okay, I think it is. I just wanted to confirm it.
Yeah, we're checking. We're looking at the data.
CPAC, Space Lab, over.
Go ahead, Space Lab.
You may have noticed there that I didn't get the parameter 61 changed before the FO prep was initiated, so 61 is still set at 1.0. Does that give you a problem?
Negative. That's photometer iris factor, and it's going to be closed down a little bit, so that's okay.
We
thought we'd probably go to manual here anyway after the ops got started, so we'd adjust it manually to whatever we needed.
Yeah, that PCF. Roger, that was.
Tachometer, not the MTV, right. Some of these parameters we can change after the FO begins. Does this happen to be one of them?
Negative. And this is Owen, right? Yeah, and Owen, sorry about that earlier call. We, on the previous FO, the NGP gas release reduces the flux of energetic electrons that we're seeing back when PICPAB is firing. So we're seeing a neutralization process taking place there. It looks very interesting.
Can you see any vehicle charging during the electron beam firing?
That's affirmative. And part of that's indicated by the energetic electron return flux.
See, very good. Glad that working together you were able to get the electron beam portion at least partially completed as well.
Yeah, Rogers, shows what we can do with a good space lab, right?
Right. Break Marshall Ops Space Lab for the API people. Gary?
API on, Byron.
Okay, solar elevation was coming down real slow. It's 15.3, negative 15.3. You guys want to wait till 15.8 or you want me to crank it up now? Over.
You can crank it up now.
Okay, give me... Marshall Ops, this is PS1.
Go ahead, off.
I'd like to complete I'd like to give you a complete report what I did before I went to bed last night.
Okay, can we take that at about 3:20? All right, correction, 10:20. 10:20.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Okay, Gary, we've got some great airglow even at 4200 here. You can see the stars through part of it.
That's great. We're not getting any data down on the ground on this pass, so we can't help you out much with data.
Okay, copy. And if you guys give us a call and kind of warn me when I should go to the UV filter, please.
Will do.
We got some more diffuse things in the 6300 filter range. Thicker layer.
And Space Lab 20 is commanding from the ground. Ignore any 20A power status 05 messages.
Hey, Bill, thank you. Okay, 5577 looks good.
And Space Lab CPAC, can you see stars in the MTV?
Look at the API for so far, so we'll have to switch over and then swing out to look at it.
Copy.
Well, we certainly were looking at stars on the last run, Roger, so I'm confident that we will as soon as we swing the MTV outboard. We do have experiment ops on now. Okay, it's much weaker airglow from API in the 3914 range.
The stars are real bright in that range.
We'd expect very little airglow in 3914.
That's firm. And Gary, the 2800 filter is very weak.
Yes, I would...
voltage of 5, frames of 16.
Right, I would expect in night glow the UV to be very weak.
And Space Lab C...
I think we should make one more cycle back to 5577, 7200 before we get near the terminator.
Okay, Roger, we're coming up 7200 now on the camera, 5577 on the PCA.
Great.
And Space Lab CPAC, the PICPAB electron gun should be on at this time.
see plenty of stars in MTV as we're swinging out toward the port side.
Okay, and we would expect that you should be able to see the beam just above the head of the electron gun if you can see stars.
Okay, well, we'll go back to those coordinates.
And Space Lab, be advised, we're going to have the master in a hold for a while. We're doing some repairs from the ground, so don't be alarmed.
You'll wait till these runs are over, won't you, Bill?
I'm sure we will. We won't affect your runs.
Okay, Byron, we could stay about another minute and a half or two in the filters, current filters, before we go to UV.
Okay, roger. Copy, Gary. We just can't see the beam with the MTV, I'm afraid, Roger.
Okay, Owen, thanks for trying.
Okay, Gary, we're rolling around to 6,300 now, and it should be the last time through. I got 63, 55, 77, and 4,200.
Okay, we can stay there another half a minute or so. Then when we scroll out of these sequences, let's go to 2,600 on the camera. And on PCA, let's go to 2470.
Okay. And Gary, we're going to the UV here. I'll stay at 23, 26, 2800. I got 2470 on the PCA.
Great. And run the high voltage up on the camera until you get a scene. Then I'd like to just stay there, and as it gets brighter and brighter, we'll just back up on the high voltage and run it up to the wire.
Okay, sounds good. I'm high voltage of 5, integrating 32 frames now. It's getting kind of noisy, though.
Okay, you could just run that for a little while and then back down to 4. We got less than 2 minutes of darkness.
Okay.
It can have exposure time of about 8.
Okay, that looks pretty good. High voltage of 4 and exposure of 8. It's a little dim, but we're getting something at 2,300.
Okay, you might just
I'm at 26 now.
crank the exposure time up 1 step.
Okay. It's rolling around at 2,600. Yeah, we need some more exposure. Pretty good. 16 frames, a high voltage of 4 on 2,600.
Okay, now let's just sit there. We've got 1 minute of darkness left as we go into the daytime.
Okay. Roger, very good. You want to stay on 2,600 or 2,800?
Let's just stay at 2,600. $30 seconds of night left.
Okay.
And CPAC's ready for any time MTV off.
20 left.
Still looks pretty dark out there, Gary. I haven't seen any increase in the brightness yet.
Okay, let's do a stop in 5 seconds.
Okay. Okay, we got FO turn radio and high voltage is inhibited, Gary.
Great. Appreciate the run, Byron. That was great.
That was super. There's some really neat stuff out there.
Defects completed and touchdown.
And Space Lab, for Ulf and Byron, we have some 300 PIs on the line that would like to talk with you.
Okay, stand by a couple of minutes here, Bill.
Yeah, we copy.
Bill, we've got 39 minutes left on tape recorder number 1, okay? That's had the happy date on it, just for your info.
And we see that. Thank you.
Space Lab.
Go ahead.
We're talking about other things to do on the next day or so. You might talk with the 03 folks about the use of the API instrument in the locks and still pointing at the darkest portion of the horizon. Since we seem to be doing pretty well even when the sun is up, we've been getting some quite interesting images. It might be possible to do the same thing even though the sun is just low on the opposite horizon. Over.
Okay, Owen, we'll put that in as an input, and I'm sure the 03 people copied.
Ocelot, we have arrived, skip message 21.
Roger, we copy. And
also at depth 05.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
We will take care of the RAL skip 21 message.
We understand. Thanks a lot.
CC Space Lab.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things here on the replanning.
Okay, and let me let you talk with Lubo about that.
I have also a couple of messages for you. This is Ulf.
Okay, Ulf and Bob, go ahead.
Okay, two questions. First one is the time for the 22 operation. It says 6:11:15. Now, that may be when I load the ECAS, but that's clearly not the right time since we don't want to start the exposures in the daylight.
I understand. You want the exact time of exposure start and the exposure duration is over. Is that correct?
Yeah, I got exposure duration on the message. It says 60 seconds and 300 seconds, but I need exposure start times.
I will get that.
The second thing is I was greatly confused and distressed because I didn't see any 33 activity on here for us.
Okay, well, it's in work, Bob. We plan to get the 5 passes, which originally were scheduled, still done, and we'll just. I was just looking at here with the people how we're going to do that. There are 4 out of 5 where one crew member will not be tied up, and we'll ask him, most of the time it's you, to take care of the take-up reel. We have one conflict which we have to resolve with the dome run. We are working on that. Over.
Let's be talking through the tail where you're completely garbled, but I understand the 33 is in work, and I can expect to be used to help assist the camera during all the normal runs. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, Bob.
I'll be waiting for the message. Thank you.
Okay, and let me say that I'm really proud that it all worked so well with you guys there yesterday.
Sometimes things work out.
Thanks.
The world's smallest darkroom, I tell you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, Wu, are you ready to copy?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there are 2 things which I'd like to report. I did the fixing of the effect experiment, and it took me quite a while to dismantle that panel because there are hundreds of screws in it. And I pulled that one plug, and we really get a decent video image now on the little monitor in the experiment 101.
Okay, Wolf, it looks like this was a perfect fix of problem 1001.
Well, it eliminates the option to downlink the video signal and record it on one of the recorders here, but I think that is really the thing to do.
Thank you, Wolf. We copied. Okay, and whenever you have...
Furthermore, if Luigi is still around, I'd like to repeat some part of my report, because when we did that, the com was so bad that Luigi didn't.
We lost it there, Wolf. There's one little thing for Luigi, and that is check what the film cameras or the film canisters were which have been used for his experiment, whether that was 328B or 328C. Over.
We removed 328A from camera A, and at camera B was 328B.
Roger, we copy that. And we're now ready for some briefing on some other experiments of 300. Over.
Okay, go ahead.
Stand by, Ulf. They get their mics.
Roger. Move on. Are you still on the line?
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Ulf.
Okay, another thing I did, but I had no opportunity to report to you, was to do the step update, the ephemeris update for API last night.
Roger, we covered that one. And that was for day 6?
Yes, that was for mission day 6.
Space Alarm 328. Space Alarm 328.
Okay. Yeah, this is Space Lab. Luigi, I hope you can read me.
Yeah, I can read you, but I want to check one thing. Is magazine 328C used or unused? Can you check that?
Say again, and don't speak loud. Speak not loud.
C, 328C. C like Charlie. Is this magazine used or not? Has been used by somebody or not?
Okay, I found magazine 328A already installed at camera A, and I asked you whether there's film left on that. You said, yeah, there is film, so I used the remainder of that film. And for camera B, I used 328 Bravo.
Bravo.
And Bravo, yeah. And I removed both magazines and stowed them.
Yeah, but could you check, please, if magazine 328C is used or not?
Stand by, I'll check that.
Thank you.
Okay, Luigi, I checked magazine 328 Charlie, and that has been used by Byron, and he wrote on it roughly 1,700 frames used.
Thanks very much. You're great. Thanks a lot again. Thank you. Good work, excellent work. Thanks again.
So let me tell you another time, there is one thing we have to make sure in the future, and that is to push that viewing aid to the very end. Otherwise, when you do the zero setting, the opposite, the front plate runs into the viewing aid, and that causes a real disaster, because then you inject oil like mad. You cannot stop it quickly enough to prevent from creating a big mess inside.
Yeah, I understand. I covered you. Thanks again.
Here is 300 ops. Ulf, here is 300 ops.
Okay, Jürgen. Servus, grüß dich.
There's Dr. Benz who wants to talk to you. To Byron, please.
Okay. Roger, go ahead. I'm right here.
This is PIES-323, Byron. Thanks very much for setting so well the pool. Could you give me some comments? How does the liquid zone looks like?
Okay, stand by. We'll go take a look. Problem is, you can't really see it because we have the robot camera on the regular port. I think it's very difficult to look. Ulf's going to take it off so we can take a look.
But when you did set up the camera, before setting up the camera, I guess you had a look by adjusting the liquid zone. So could you give me some comments what you have seen during this setup step?
Okay, during the setup, it didn't look liquid to me. Okay, we see the liquid zone here. Right now there is a dark red glow inside, and you see clearly the gallium zone. It looks really shiny, and you see also the seed and the feed material. It has a very plain interface. There is no liquid creeping over the edges.
Thank you for this answer. And last question, are there any bubbles or voids to be seen in the liquid zone?
Negative, there are no bubbles, nothing, and it is rotating. It looks good, and temperature of the lamps looks like, well, maybe 550 degrees as far as the color can tell.
Okay, that looks all very good, and we hope that during the long crystal growth time, nothing will happen with the MHF. Thank you. Be careful. Okay. Be careful with the FPM during the crystal growth.
Yeah, okay, that's what we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Over.
Okay, see you in Stuttgart.
Ulf is 300 ops again.
Yeah, Jürgen, servus.
Servus. You have seen that we have small troubles with the MHF, cooling problems. If for some reason, the noise of pump number 2 is too high, switch the pump off. But
no, you don't.
And
hey, listen, Jürgen, let me make a proposal.
Yeah.
We have a contact thermometer. I will pick it and measure the temperature outside of one of these tubes, these cooling loop tubes. To me, it appears as a very low temperature, maybe 8 degrees or something like that. I simply do not believe that the water temperature is 25 degrees high.
No, normally it is not. The input, the water inlet into the rack is about 8 degrees, 8.9 degrees. But there is something inside the MHF we think that there is a small bubble air bubble, and therefore we are running with both pumps.
Okay. There are two hoses which come out from the aft plate of the MHF compartment, and I just have my finger on both of them, and they both feel real cool.
Yeah. At this time,
let me do a measurement for you.
Ulf, the front lamp temperature is 14.14 degrees at this time.
Okay.
Oh, it's very good.
I'll take that portable thermometer and take a measurement, and then you can compare that values with yours.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops for Byron.
You go ahead.
Yes, Byron, I have here a question, which is whether the acentric holes in the foam at R9P are still there.
I'm sorry, say again, please, Robo.
It is asymmetric holes in the foam rings at R9P, whether they're still there.
Oh, good point. Thank you. I'll check on it.
Okay, go ahead.
Wolf, 331 PI, can you hear me?
He is out of the module right now. He'll be right back.
And this is CPAC for Space Lab with a information on the shuttle glow time for us.
You go ahead.
Roger, we'd like to run model number 17 using the checklist procedure -4, and our T0 is GMT 33903.
Wait. Slow down. Slow down. Start again.
Roger, Bob. And the model is 17, and the GMT is day 33903 hours, 35 minutes.
That's for the activity at 6:11:36, etc.
That's affirmed, Bob. And the exception monitor number you need is Sierra 02 Echo 06.
Roger, 06.
Roger. And then we would like to use the MTV manually and search for shuttle glow.
Okay, we have the azimuths and co-elevations for that.
Roger, but you can do a manual search as well if you wish.
Space Lab to 300 ops.
Standby 1, 300 ops, please. 300 ops, this is PS1.
Okay, do you have performed the measurement?
Okay, I have performed the measurement on the right side, which is the cool side, and I'm reading 13.4 degrees centigrade.
That's excellent.
And I'm ready to do it on the other side.
That's good enough.
On me?
That's okay. Ulf, Isidoro has some questions. Please go ahead with Isidoro.
Okay, so you don't want me to do the...
Negative.
Ulf,
okay, I'm ready.
Ulf.
Hey, Isidoro, loud and clear.
Okay, well, I'd like to comment with you my current view of the experiment 331. I believe that cylindrical zones longer than 10 millimeters cannot be formed. Well-anchored liquid borders are essential in this experiment, so I'm afraid we'll have some kind of problem, to say the least. Viscous creeping beyond the 40 millimeters edge of the feeding plate is the main cause of failure, and the anti-spread barrier doesn't help too much. Do you agree with my present dim view of the thing?
Isidoro, are you still there?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Isidoro, stand by for a second. There's a lot of electrostatic noise on the comm right now. It's hard to read you.
Okay.
Okay, and Space Lab, in this case, I'll take it. For Bob, I have here some information on experiment 22.
Bruno, let me quickly interrupt you. You are coming in much better than Isidoro and also Luigi. Both comm systems are pretty bad.
We'll check it here and make sure that the next time is a little better. Let me continue for experiment 22 in that case. Space Lab, Marshal Ops for Bob, are you ready to copy?
Roger, ready to copy.
Okay, at MET 6, day 6, and then 11 hours and 15 minutes. Start with a inhibit 3890. DC utility power on. and run the A22A ECAS. Over.
Hey, what's the inhibit you want?
That is SID 38990. Over.
I got that. Then you want DC utility and ECAS.
Roger. Then at day 6, 11 hours and 30 minutes, open the outer hatch and deploy the camera. The start time of the exposure is GMT 339er 03 hours and 38 minutes. Over. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops for Bob Parker.
Go ahead. We lost you just there in the middle.
Yes, I see. So let's continue. Start time is GMT 339/03 hours and 38 minutes. And we're going to do the following filter settings and exposure times. A series of 6, over.
I think I've got those 3 for 60 seconds and 4 for 300 seconds, right?
Well, that has been changed, Bob. It is now filter 3, 1 second exposure. Filter 3, 60 seconds exposure. Grating, 400 seconds exposure. Filter 3, 1 second exposure. Filter 3, 1 second exposure. And another filter 3, 1 second exposure. Over.
Okay, so we start out with 1 second exposure on 3, then a 60 second on 3, a 400 on 4, and finish up with 3 separate 1 second exposures on 3.
That's read back correct. And after you've done this, you will find reference in the procedure MEL-14 for these steps. After you've completed it, check that you do DC utility off and enable the exception monitor of 3890 and probably also remove the ECAS. Over.
Okay, turn the DC utility off, exception monitor for 3890 and remove the ECAS.
That's affirmative.
Marshall, this is Space Shuttle.
Go ahead, Ulf.
For this upcoming CPAC MTV observation on the shuttle go, I'll request some information on the video signal routing.
Okay, video signal routing on shuttle glow experiment. We will get back to you.
Okay.
And Space Lab, Marshall Ops for Ulf with an answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, route the CPAC MTV to the cusp for real-time downlink, which starts at 11:34. Over.
I presume you see 17 having problems. But they didn't hear, guess.
Yeah, I'll just...
Marshall Ops, this is PS1.
Go ahead, Ulf.
Marshall Ops, this is PS1.
Space Lab, Marshall Ops. Go ahead, Ulf.
Marshall Ops, this is PS1. Hey, John, do we have downlink right now? Real time?
Space Lab Marshall, AOS for about 47 minutes if we can hold the uplink off. We've been listening to you, but you can't hear us.
Okay, thank you. Sad.
And Space Lab Marshal, in case you're wondering, we removed AO2A from the ground. CPAC didn't need it, and we were getting short on ECAS.
Okay, I understand that you guys are apparently rewinding VTR1. We've got the recording on VTR2 because we didn't know you were getting any downlink. Do you want us to stop that on VTR2?
That's affirmative. Stop VTR2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Chuck, we didn't know whether we lost you, so we thought we better record it.
Yeah, you did that right. That's good work. We appreciated that.
Okay, we are now changing the MTV to core elevation 50 and azimuth 90. That is due to 1142. So we are in transit to that new finding. Do you have video image?
That's affirmative. We have a nice video image here. And if Bob could just give me a time when he can copy something about experiment 33.
Okay.
And Space Lab, this is CPAC. Looks like maybe we should try scanning back towards the tail again.
Okay, so you want me to go back to core elevation 70 and azimuth 270, is that correct?
That's affirm.
Do you want me to go right to the next one, which is core elevation 90 and azimuth 270, but then we would not look out?
Let's go to an azimuth of 180 and try that.
Azimuth 180, okay, and core elevation?
And core elevation of 70.
Okay, that's in work. Okay, and POCC, go ahead for MS.
Okay, yes, Bob. We have here a list of, at MET, day 6, 12 hours and 26 minutes. You will have to attend for 2 minutes to camera. At day 6, 13 hours and 4 9er minutes. You have to attend for 10 minutes, 10 minutes to camera. At day 6, 15 hours and 19 minutes. For
Frank, it's a little while, Bobo. CPAC, do you want me to open the iris manually?
That's a Roger, Ulf. That's a Roger.
Okay, Bob, at 15 hours and 1.
And, okay, that's the best we can do. Iris is fully open and sensitivity is also max.
That looks very good, Ulf, and you can go to high gain if you want, and you might raise it a little bit to increase in COL there.
Okay, we are ready at high gain, and I go a little bit higher with co-elevation. Continue on, Rubo. I got 6:15:19.
Roger, Bob.
Elevation is 90 degrees now.
Okay, and let's go back to 45 degrees, Ulf.
Okay, Bob, that will be 1-2 minutes attention.
That's in work.
And then Space Lab for Bob. The next one is 16 hours and 50 minutes for 1 3-minute attention. And the last one is at day 6, 21 hours and 1 9er minute for 2
I see the airlock here. Beautiful. Okay, you want me to look back now?
Affirmative. Let's go back down and take a look at the airlock again. Looks like we might have some glow on it.
That was the airlock right now. Okay, I go down with the I go higher with the co-elevation.
Okay, here comes the airlock.
Very good, Ulf. Very good. We're copying it. Looks beautiful.
Okay, that is
good enough for right now. We'll
roughly 185 in azimuth, and I would think about 55 or 60 in co-elevation.
Roger, Ulf.
There are sometimes these bright flashes. What is that? Do you have any idea?
Roger, Ulf. Those are the thrusters banging away out there, and we're seeing the enhancement in the air glow, or on the shuttle glow, and that's one of the things we're looking for. That's just fantastic.
Okay. You want me to turn it back and take a look to the tail?
I think that'd be a great idea, Ulf. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll try that.
And Ulf, be aware we're starting to get some sunlight on the vehicle now.
Okay, if you are concerned, then I inhibit the MTV.
Not yet, Ulf. We'll give you a call.
Okay.
Okay, and then Space Lab for Bob to continue in 13. If you cannot attempt...
Stand by. Stand by. Stand by.
I see a structure here, but I don't know what that is.
We don't know either, Ulf.
Okay, here comes the aft bulkhead camera.
And have you decreased this? Very good, Ulf. Very good.
How does that look? Looks beautiful.
Nice job, Ulf. Very good.
That's as far as I can go. That's about 270. The only thing which I can try is to swing it over to the other side.
Okay, let's do that, Ulf. Very good.
And Space Lab for Ulf, Birgit is here in the POCC.
Again, move on.
Birgit is here in the POCC.
Okay. Oh, say hello.
Little chunk of something there, Ulf.
See, there's a star coming in the field of view. CPAC, say again.
Roger, Ulf. We see the stars, and it looks like a couple little chunks of ice, perhaps, drifting off there.
Yeah, okay, it's stopped now. That's about it. Too bad if I go around. Okay, I'll try whether I can turn the azimuth around to the other side because we didn't see much of the shuttle. And that is on a co-elevation of 0, so you should see all the instruments.
And Ulf, this is CPAC. It looks like it's time to shut it down and go to MTV manual off, stow it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and 22 is in, the sail's closed.
And Ulf, CPAC thanks you for the TV show there. Appreciate it very much. It looked very interesting. Should have a lot to do now.
Okay. Thank you.
Space Lab Marshal for Bob.
Roger.
Bob, we'd like you to do the TV-17 at this time instead of Ulf per the PCAP. That's a PCAP change. And what we're going to try to do is get some real time of Larry's dome run, in particular looking at a split screen operation so that he gets some overall view of the subject. That'll occur during the Hawaii pass about 12:53, and you can use MUX 1.
Okay, MUX 1 and 12:53, I understand. Let me just go check that out.
That's a firm. Also, there has been a message sent up that changes the TV-17 setup. You can ignore that one. We do want the split screen.
Okay, you want the 2 cameras and the split screen.
That's a firm.
And you want this generally recorded, except you'll also try and get some real time over Hawaii?
That's a firm.
Okay, Marshal Ops, we are on with MTV.
Copy that.
And the 33 cover is open.
That's great.
And Marshal Ops, be informed that I worked already a little bit on Isidoro to save some time, but I couldn't copy him too well, so if he is still around, would be a good opportunity to talk to him another time.
Okay, all stand by. And Bob, for information, we're dumping AV1 now, and as soon as that's finished, you can put the dome run on it.
That's what we plan. Thank you.
Space Lab for Bob, this is Marshal Ops.
Go ahead.
Space Lab, this is for Bob, some continuing information on experiment 33, over.
Ed? Ed, Rubo.
Okay, Bob, on the first run at 12 hours 26, Ulf should be the first subject, and you can work it. On the run of 28, experiment 28, if Ulf is the last subject, you can work it. And on the last run, which is during Ken Money's awareness experiment, we suggest that Ulf is the first subject, and you can also work it. The additional information which I have to you is there was a run originally scheduled at 18 hours and 2 9er minutes. That is canceled. And if, for whatever reason...
I'm putting a standby, Rubo, standby.
Okay, well, I'm in front of the cap. Start from scratch.
At 12 hours 26, we suggest that Wolf be the first subject, and Bob has to break out for 2 minutes.
Okay.
At 15 hours and 19 minutes, we suggest that Ulf is the last subject of 28, and then Bob can attend 33 for 12 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute. At 28, we start at 15 hours. So you want that Bob goes first and I go second, right?
That's right. And with 21 hours and 19 minutes, we suggest that you, Ulf, go first.
Okay, I go first. 19 minutes, okay.
Yeah, all in all, it's probably for you the best way to really assess this. If you want to do it different, that's okay. There's one particular point, though. If either you or Bob cannot attend the camera when it starts running, please give a timer stop. Otherwise, it will jam again. Over.
Yeah, sure. One of the other of us can get to it. All I've got so far is 5 runs. Is that correct? 12, 26, 13, 49, 15, 19, 1650, and 2119. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Read back correct. Over, and hope you get a successful run with 33.
Okay. Okay, I have one request. Move on. If you could leave that time open from 14 hours 40 to 15 hours as a sort of reserve for easy door, I would be very happy about that. Normally it takes twice as much time to do a good FPM run than put in the PCAP.
Okay, Space Lab, Marshal Ops for Ulf. That seems no problem. You can go on and continue till about 1500. Over.
Thank you. Hey, John, this is Space Lab. John, can you do me a favor and put payload 1 and payload 2 on the split screen and give it back to us? Max 1, please.
Okay, Space Lab, Ulf, go ahead.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to process a mux and some stuff for the payload guys. Thank you.
Marshal Ops, this is PS1.
Go ahead, Ulf.
Okay, we are setting up the video system for this split screen transmission, and question is, do you want that in real time or do we record it on board?
Okay, if you get your stuff down there, it's all muxed.
Okay, let me take a look. Yep.
Okay, in Space Lab for Ulf, that will be recorded on AV1 and switched to real time at 12 hours and 55 minutes. Over.
Okay, AV1 is playing back right now.
Back to us on payload. Yeah, anything? 'Cause I don't think our cameras are on yet.
Okay, John, we got it.
Space Lab, this is experiment 102. Do you copy?
102, go ahead.
Ulf, when you and Bob have time to copy, there are a few things I would like you to pay attention to during the forthcoming dome run.
Okay, Larry, 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
According to the time that the blue shift took, you should have ample time to be able to run the dome option runs at least once, because there's no time out for film changes. And I would encourage you to do that. And in particular, I encourage you to continue running dome runs through the period of 12:53 to 13:01 when there is a live TV.
Okay. That will then be on Bob being the subject, is that correct?
That's affirmative. But you should have the opportunity to run at least one dome run with yourself as a subject, Ulf. And the dome run options 5 and 6 are always without bungee cords, negative bungee cords on the options. Ulf,
okay, let me get it confirmed. We start with me being the subject, and we start without bungee cords. Then I do one with bungees and leave the bungees to Bob, and he takes them off, and then he might have the option to do a second one without.
That's affirmative. And during the option run, Ulf, I would like you to do the following. I would like you to take your head, at one point, take your head out of the bite board and experiment with brief head movements in roll, pitch, or yaw. And then afterwards comment to me on the effect that has on vection or any disorientation.
Yeah, that will be Bob who does that, right?
No, negative. You should have the opportunity to do it because you will, if you are well ahead of the timeline during an option run. If things are running tight, you can do it at the end. You can do it on dome run 6 of your first one. At least one run, I would like you to experiment with it during no bungee cord experiment.
Okay.
Okay, next, Ulf, I would like you at one point to repeat the observation you made earlier of closing your eyes during a time when you have well-established vection to see if you get continued turning after your eyes are closed. Do that as you did earlier in the mission.
Say that again, Larry, please. we got a CDT access LSO2.
Copy that. Okay, we're working the route skip 14, and we'll check the CDT access 02 for you.
Yeah, like my father.
Say again?
Yeah, like my father.
I'll have to get an explanation of that when you get back.
Marshal?
Go ahead.
Is Daggett still around?
That's affirm.
Big hug.
She's got it. And Space Lab, we're through dumping AV1 now. You can have it for the dome.
Okay.
And Space Lab, Marshal Ops, 2 minutes to LOS.
Space Lab Marshal, we'll see you at Hawaii at 12:54 with real-time TV. Space Lab Marshall through Hawaii for 5 minutes.
Okay,
and,
Franklin, there's nothing going on right now.
Space Lab Marshall, if you're ready for TV, we'll switch it on down here.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, Ulf, if you're ready for TV, we'll switch it on down here.
It's 468. Go ahead. Switch it on. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Wolf, this is experiment 102. We're receiving good pictures of the eyeball and of the dome. The TV looks just fine. We're watching it down here in the SMA.
Okay, thank you.
Bob looks as though he has his bungee cords attached. It would be useful, much more useful, if we could get a non-bungee run while we have these few minutes of TV. I would say, Ulf, even at the risk of your reinitializing and starting another run with his bungee cords released before we run out of TV time at 1300, it would be good to see the feet free swinging. Do you
Okay. Bob is the subject and he has the cords on.
Ulf, this is Larry. Did you say that he has the cords off, OFF?
No, right now cords are on, ON.
I copy. Cords are on. It would be very useful before this next 2 minutes are up to stop the dome, remove the cords, and continue with the dome run with the free float. We're getting beautiful pictures of the eye and the contact lens.
Can we hold it, Larry? We are almost done with the cords on. Then we are quicker if we just keep going.
That's affirmative. Finish this one and then go on to the next. You can. I'm happy to report that the contact lens marks are showing up. The focus is near perfect, and we're getting very good ocular torsion.
Okay, and our off film left is reading. Okay, we are done.
Fine. We still have another minute or two of the TV coverage. And that would be just great if we can get him in there with the with another dome run.
Okay, we'll do that for you. Irrigating the eye and then go for another one.
Wonderful. You could also tell Robert that Amherst College is proud of its first astronaut in space.
Okay. He has water in his eye. And we go for the fourth dome run here.
And Space Lab for Ulf, be advised, you can go until you have 27 minutes remaining on AV1.
Okay, that's very good. Very good, Ulf. This is 102. We see the landmarks reasonably well. The centering isn't perfect, but you can begin the dome rotation anyway.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
And Space Lab, 30 seconds to LOS. Ulf, you can go down until you have 17 minutes on AV1.
Here comes the dome.
We lost the TV, Ulf, but just as the dome began to run, we could see the initiation of it. That was very fine. My congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
And we'll have all of that on tape to analyze after the mission. Ulf, before we go LOS, if you can share any of your reactions from your runs vis-a-vis the bungee cords and other questions I asked you, this is a good time for it.
Well, I must say, I'm so well adapted here that it doesn't really make so much a difference to me whether I have the cords on or I don't have them on.
My vestibular system is fully adapted to zero now, and I have the vaccine anyway.
Do you feel that the bungee cords make less of an effect now than they did when you did this earlier in the mission?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, moving though.
Very, very good. Do they create any sense of a phantom down or phantom vertical, Ulf?
No, not really.
Excellent. How about the effect of did you get an opportunity to move your head in front of the dome?
Well, we will do that. When we are done with the normal runs, because you said you wanted to have Bob as the subject for the real time, we had no time to do that.
Yeah. Well, you're running fine. You're well ahead of schedule and should have opportunity to complete those before 13:08 and closing up. That's great.
And Ulf, you have another 15 minutes on AV1 until 27 minutes remaining. An extra 15 minutes.
Ulf, in Space Lab, this is 102. Do you copy?
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops for Bob Parker.
Go ahead. We lost you just there in the middle.
Yes, I sir. So let's continue. Start time is GMT 339/03 hours and 38 minutes. And we're going to do the following filter settings and exposure times. A series of 6, over.
I think I've got those 3 for 60 seconds and 4 for 300 seconds, right?
Well, that has been changed, Bob. It is now filter 3, 1 second exposure. Filter 3, 60 seconds exposure. Grating, 400 seconds exposure. Filter 3, 1 second exposure. Filter 3, 1 second exposure. And another filter 3, 1 second exposure. Over.
Okay, so we start out with 1 second exposure on 3, then a 60 second on 3, a 400 on 4, and finish up with 3 separate 1 second exposures on 3.
That's read back correct. And after you've done this, you will find reference in the procedure MEL-14 for these steps. After you've completed it, check that you do DC utility off and enable the exception monitor of 3890, and probably also remove the ECAS. Over.
Okay, turn the DC utility off, exception monitor for 3890, and remove the ECAS.
That's affirmative.